If you have any opinion or something is standing out for you during presentation, please share them on Blue Sky and other social media platforms using the hashtag querying Wikipedia 25 and QW 25 using the hashtag. And also we've got quite a full but interesting day today. And if you try to stick around till the end, you might have the opportunity of having access to an exciting announcement that we have at the end of today. So there's a lot, it's packed, but it's exciting. Owen, have you got something to say? We still have some time.
See, that's why I said we should keep chatting.
Yeah, let's keep chatting.
I don't even have a cat to show off right now because he's wandered off somewhere. In fact, they both have. His sister's disappeared from under the desk as well. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
yesterday
currently
I
without
thought,
cats.
yeah, yesterday we didn't have the pet moment. I think we should keep it. We have a
Okay.
pitufo. How do you say the blue stuff pitufo in Spanish?
The nearest I have to a pet is this Halloween teddy bear that's sat by my desk right now.
Smurf. I can see Smurf. Okay.
Also, I have Mr. Earth, which will mean nothing to anyone who's not in Wales or from Wales.
And we shouldn't forget that we have our own mascot. Babito is very famous, has traveled around the world spreading queer love and queer validity. So wherever you see Babito, just say hello and hi. I don't know. Does anyone want to come up and share with us something that was that stood out for them yesterday? Let's try and make this quite interesting.
Yeah, put your hand up if you'd like to speak about something you enjoyed yesterday. I will start while people find their courage, because I very much enjoyed the session by Ernesto from WikiAction Peru about a project to record sound and definitions of queer slang in Lima, Peru, which I thought was super interesting and a very cool project. Does anybody else want to talk about anything they found interesting yesterday or the ways in which they did? And a reminder that everyone should try and speak at no faster than I am so that the translators don't get very stressed.
And while we are waiting, we are also live on YouTube. So in case you want to share something on social media, you can share the YouTube link. We'll share it in the chat box. Also, the deck, the slides are also available there, so you can have a look as well. And yeah, and don't forget that we've got people here that are in charge of the safety of the space, and they are Mets, Owen, and Vic. Please, if you feel like or if you see anything that needs reporting, you can private message them in the chat box, and they will be able to like take action. If we need to remove a comment or we need to check in with someone who is saying something, please let us know. And also we have translation like we did yesterday. If you're looking for translation, just remember there is a globe icon at the bottom of your Zoom page. If you click on it, you will be able to pick the language that is best for you. Don't forget that. You don't have to listen to English if it's not your first language or if you don't understand it. So you can choose. But I think we've got Spanish and we've got French, please.
And indeed, if you want to listen in English, you should also choose the English soundtrack so that when there's a Spanish language session later, and I've just lost which tab the schedule's on, so I can't tell you which that is. There's a globe at the bottom of your Zoom screen. It might be on the ... more menu. That globe will say interpretation, and you can choose there between the original audio or to hear English, which is either original or translation, or you can choose French, which will always be a translation, or you can choose Spanish, which will be either original or translation. And you should do that unless you want to hear the original audio, if you happen to understand both English and Spanish. I do understand English and Spanish, and I'm still listening to the English translation because it's more reliable that I'll understand it that way. I'm afraid we just didn't have the budget to translate for any Klingon attendees. I'm sorry, Pax.
Can I say that in Spanish, maybe, on the main channel?
Yes, please do.
Bueno, bienvenidos a Query Wikipedia. Lo que estamos comentando es que tenemos un sistema de interpretación con nuestras queridas intérpretes. Gracias por el trabajo. Entonces pueden seleccionar escuchar la conferencia en español. También en francés, si hay alguien que entiende francés, español y habla francés, prefiere el francés. Simplemente tienen que ir al globito abajo que aparece que dice interpretación y hacer clic ahí y elegir el canal que prefieren escuchar. Y tienen español, inglés o francés. Va a haber 2 presentaciones en español y hay al menos 3 o 4 de nuestros presentadores que hablan español también, aunque presenten en inglés. Entonces el español va a estar circulando por la sala, pero para que tengan accesibilidad plena, simplemente hacen clic y eligen el canal de español.
Gracias, Vic. Okay, so we've got 2 minutes more. I think we can start early if the person presenting is actually ready and available. We can start. We don't need to. 2 minutes is enough time. So with that said, once again, I want to welcome everybody to day 2 of Querying Wiki. And now I will hand over the microphone to the first presenter for the day.
Hello, everyone.
Claire is back. Hello.
Yes. Yes, I'm back again. Is this a good volume for everyone? Perfect. Okay. So today I'm here to discuss a project that I'm very excited about, which is LGBTDB, a collaborative queer resource and pilot data area. My name is Claire Cronk. I use she, her pronouns. On most wiki projects, I go by SuperRaptor123 because I was introduced to the internet through Zoo Tycoon back in the day. And with that, I'll head to the next slide. So this presentation is going to have 4 parts: a brief introduction of myself, a bit of an intro to LGBTDB, a quick section on contributing, and a brief conclusion. Next slide. So first and foremost, my background. I'm an assistant professor and an NIH First Faculty Scholar while that program still exists. It's currently back and forth of being canceled under the US DEI purge at the Institute for Health Equity Research at the Icahn School of Medicine in Mount Sinai. I'm an ontologist and terminologist by trade. A lot of philosophers don't like me using that term specifically, but this is ontologies in the computational sense, which are basically these large language discussions that underpin knowledge graphs. I've worked with a number of organizations about terminologies over the years, mostly in healthcare, such as the International Organization for Standardization, the Systematized Nomenclature for Medicine, and Health Level 7, which underpin a lot of medical terminologies. Next slide. So my first foray into this field was actually when I lived in Tübingen, very briefly as an exchange scholar there. And I worked on a program that was looking at these very large proteins that existed within bacteria that were so large that if they were made in full, that they would cause the bacterial cell to explode. And it was a very interesting project. But unfortunately, when I came to the conclusion that I did, I thought it was very novel. We figured out that 30 years ago, somebody else had come up with the exact same solution already. But because the bacteria had a different scientific name that wasn't available in major databases, we didn't see it in our initial literature review. And so that really propelled me into my PhD thesis, focusing on language and how language misinterpretation can affect science and healthcare more broadly. I was also going through my own transition during my PhD process and seeing personally how the medical system really impacts queer folks specifically. And I wanted to provide better education to healthcare professionals on how to use the correct language and privacy and confidentiality with their queer patients. And so that's why I started to create what I called the Gender, Sex, and Sexual Orientation Ontology, or the GSSO. Next slide. And so that became my PhD thesis. And so we ended up creating this beautiful little web portal. It was my first foray into creating websites. And we had this wonderful terminology of about 15,000 entities. It was very exciting. Every term that I learned and got to create was just, I don't know, a moment of bliss, really. And coming to know the community that I was engaging with and as a part of was really wonderful. Unfortunately, we weren't able on the budget that I had to support a large scale qualitative assessment because we would have to pay, a number of people to go over every one of those 15,000 terms individually. And so for a long time in my postdoctoral work and in my current work, I wanted to support that qualitative assessment. Fortunately, right now in the United States, the funding just really isn't there. Even before this time, it was difficult to find and secure funding for something like this. So if you know anyone who might be willing, please let me know because I would love to support that. Next slide. And I was able to use the GSSO to connect to a number of different health standards worlds, including Health Level 7. This is the interchange format that is used when you're converting an electronic health record from one program to another. So the two major healthcare EHR programs in the world are Cerner and Epic. And so let's say, for example, you have vaccinations in a Cerner record, like from Australia. Most Australian electronic health records are using Cerner, and you move to Canada, and most electronic health records in Canada use Epic. You have to be able to send over your vaccination records for immigration. And so Health Level 7 is the way that we interchange EHRs to one another. And so I was working specifically on sex and gender. It was very fascinating to be able to work on this. Unfortunately, as of last year, nothing's moving forward anymore. And in fact, a lot of programs are now moving things backwards because there's so much concern over privacy and confidentiality. I would love to be also able to work on this in the future, but it's still in a kind of controversial state right now. Next slide. And so this leads me to LGBTDB. Next slide. So, okay, I had this huge GSSO project. I wanted to make it easier for others to contribute to. I was seeing a lot of the resources that I was using disappearing in real time. It's something like a huge portion of the internet from 2012 is gone. Very little of it is archived, and queer resources are severely under-archived. As well, I only speak a couple languages. I don't have the expertise necessary to make it a more global contribution. And so I needed a way to be able to contribute more specifically. And as well to prevent the proliferation of mis and disinformation. Next slide. And so this led me to want to create my own Wikibase. Wikibase is the software that underlies Wikidata. So a large portion of why we wanted to create our own Wikibase instead of apply directly to Wikidata is because we wanted this to be a place where individual GLAM institutions, so galleries, libraries, archives, and museums, could add their individual collections and could add information that might be outside of the scope of Wikidata. So for example, there are so many different gender identities and pronoun combinations, hundreds of thousands of them. And not every single one is used by a person who might be considered notable by Wikidata standards. But in my mind, that doesn't necessarily make it that it shouldn't be collected or recorded. A lot of these are on fandom like wikis, which are notoriously fragile. Many of the LGBT fandom wikis were actually all forcibly combined about 7 or 8 years ago. And so hundreds of thousands of pages were lost in that transition. And so very little of that was archived. And I'm still trying to kind of put together from the ashes what I can. And so making our own Wikibase was that way forward. Next slide. So for a very long time, I was self-hosting this Wikibase. Unfortunately, in academia, when you leave an institution for another, they usually lock you out of your previous resources. So I was at the University of Cincinnati, and the second I graduated, I couldn't update the website anymore. Then I went to Yale, and I left Yale, and I couldn't access the Wikibase anymore. And in fact, they took it down before I even had a copy that was full. And so I lost actually about 25% of the data I had worked on previously. Luckily, wikibase.cloud, which is a fantastic resource, really jumped in to help clear the gap. When I was trying to find better hosting resources, most of them were going to charge me a minimum of like $6,000 a month to host a Wikibase. And so wikibase.cloud was willing to help for free, which was a fantastic opportunity. I highly recommend if you run a GLAM or you know somebody who does, wikibase.cloud is truly the way forward. And it also has integration with Wikidata, so you can cross-query Wikibases, which is fantastic. Next slide. So in order to outline the database, I started with a number of existing vocabularies. So you'll notice if you are on Wikidata that sometimes many of these things are combined into individual pages. So you might have one page that is agender, and that page for agender person might be the same Wikidata entity, even though we know that those are different things. And so what I started doing was I was mapping a number of existing resources to one another. So for example, the Homosaurus, which I used to be on the board for, shout out to KJ Rawson, who is also the manager of the Digital Transgender Archive, for being kind of a major force in keeping the Homosaurus alive. We could map it to the Library of Congress subject headings. And then this lovely group had made mappings from the medical subject headings to the Library of Congress subject headings. And so what we did is we started from building out from the Homosaurus to all of these other vocabularies. It's still a work in progress, but we've got hundreds of thousands of terms, broader, narrower, related, etc., which are fantastic, which when we upload stuff from GLAMs, we try to connect them to these different vocabularies so it's easier to search. Next slide. And so we've been working on a number of projects through LGBTDB. And so I can actually go ahead and put the link in chat. So it is just lgbtdb.wikibase.cloud. And then is it okay if I attempt to share? I know it might be complicated, so if that's not okay, that's totally fine.
I can give you co-host permissions.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I'm wrong. Vic can give you co-host permissions.
No worries.
Yes.
Also for the, Okay. Cool. Okay. So this is what the main page looks like. First and foremost, I will say blanket content warning. There's a lot of information included here. So for example, we have information on slurs. There's a lot of historical data here. So for example, from the Remembering Our Dead project, we link to a lot of those pages as well. It's one thing I am attempting to work on if you have technical expertise, is to create a content warning filter so that we can better make sure that people are only introduced to things that they would like to see. There's also obviously some build out that's necessary for the in the news and anniversary sections. It's been a slow process. Currently, I'm the only major developer. So I appreciate any help when and if it comes. Currently, this is the about section. And we have a lot of discussion, for example, on different data resources and data policies. As Crystal and I talked about yesterday, we've worked through a lot of policies specific to identities. The pronouns policy has a lot that we've been going over for different types of documentation, and we're hoping to get to the others soon. It's definitely been complex, as especially within fiction, there are a lot of different ways you can class certain things. I remember a very lively discussion about the doctor from Doctor Who of how to class different pronouns. It's still up for debate, I think, on the main Wikidata page. But the reason for us doing this on LGBTDB is we can document everything, we can showcase how it works, and then when we go to Wikidata and make a proposal, we can show them, we've tested this, this is how this works, we have these use cases, and so it helps us to propel things forward without ending in edit wars or flame wars, which is easier for pushing things forward. As Crystal mentioned, there's a lot of bullying that can happen and some issues when you take things first to Wikidata. Many times there might be discussions of feasibility. And so this helps us to showcase, here's why we need this, here's how this works, here are examples. And so I've been working through several different identities and other related pages. These are kind of all up in the air at this stage, but I think the next one we might move to is honorifics after this. We'll see. We'll see. There's a lot of overlap between pronouns and honorifics, so it's easier. When we look at individual pages, I also make sure every day, I know there are a lot of discussions about where do I find sources for Wikidata or for Wikipedia. Every day I run an RSS feed of about 100 or so queer resources. Granted, most of these are in English. So if you have non-English resources, I've just started to collate a few. Please let me know so I can start collating those for the main LGBTDB. What this allows you to do, for example, is let's say I'm writing about trans man Alan Hart. I can see, okay, what are all of these pages that have come up around Alan Hart? I have the entirety of the Digital Transgender Archive within here archived as well. So that means it's easier to find stuff for trans folks at this stage. I'm working on adding other stuff as well. But for example, if I want to find more about Gladys Bentley, I can find a number of resources that then you could potentially cite on other wiki projects. Or as well, there are sometimes things that might not make it onto the main Wikidata. So for example, there's a great project I love called Mapping the Gay Guides that goes over US resources in the US from around the 1950s to the 1990s. Most of these places are defunct, and maybe just being a gay bar isn't enough for notability on Wikipedia. But we still want to record that history and make sure that people know where they were, where things happened, and have a better idea of how the queer landscape has changed over time. And so we've been working on translating a lot of the gay guides into LGBTDB as well. You can also query a number of things through here. I have been working through quite a bit of mapping over the days, but as you can see, as an American, as a US American, I have a little bit more knowledge of the United States than other places. But I am working on, especially in Southeast Asia and East Asia as well, mapping, for example, queer historical places, gay bars, queer clubs, things of that nature. And if you have information or expertise in that area, we're always looking for build out, obviously keeping in mind current safety protocols. We don't add things that, for example, I'm not going to add gay bars that are still operating in Russia, but I am going to add those that have been shut down because I do think that is important history to keep in mind. So there are a few other queries that we've kind of built in as well. I'm adding a lot of the gender identities from the Gender Wiki, which is a fandom wiki. There are thousands there, and as you can see so far, I only have almost 200. So there's a lot of work to be done. There was a point in time when African LGBT works were being added on with different Wikipedias for, I think Nacho Cesare was adding a lot of those. So he asked me to kind of look over a few of these. And so I was able to do a little bit of research there. And so I've been adding these things over time, like, for example, different pronoun sets in English. Like I said, we're still adding gay bars, of which, there's a lot of build out to still be done, things of that nature. And so I think with that, I can go ahead and probably stop the demo and return to slides. I also might be going over time, so please stop me at any point. Okay, next slide. Okay, so if you would like to contribute, okay, 2 minutes. Next slide. So making an account is pretty easy. Unfortunately, I do get between 1 and 10 spam accounts a week that people try to create. So if you are pre-vetted in one of the LGBT Wikimedia groups, it's way easier for me to add you. We do have spam protection. As you can see, there is a CAPTCHA that's done. And then I have to verify, you have to verify an email address, and then I have to verify you as well. So even with 3 levels of protection, it can take a while. So please be patient with me as I'm going through things. Next slide. And there's some of the ongoing tasks in our About pages. Next slide. And then, of course, areas of technical development are ongoing. Currently, property constraints, which kind of make sure that Wikidata is pretty uniform, are not on wikibase.cloud for processing reasons. So we're going through things very, very slowly. As well, we're still working on some pipelines from smaller GLAM projects in the LGBT space. If you have collections that you would like to make available but aren't sure if they're a right fit for Wikidata, we can help with that and potentially pipeloading those into Wikidata if it's appropriate. Or if there's data that you're not sure how to model, I would love to help with that if I can. If you do have technical knowledge and would like to help us apply for better, like in the news and on this day sections, that's fantastic as well. Or if you have things you'd like us to add for the RSS feeds to capture. So, for example, if you're writing about current events in a particular country that pertain to LGBT people, we can help kind of provide resources for you to help write those pages. Next slide. And so LGBTDB is a unique environment that allows us to stage information to be moved into the main Wikidata as well as beyond Wikidata's scope. So while it's not currently a Wikimedia project in the strictest sense, we like to think of it as a cousin project rather than a sister, maybe. And so having that space, I think, is very important because unlike Wikidata, as was discussed yesterday, sometimes people's dead names are notable enough that they are included in Wikidata or they are included in Wikipedia. We don't include them at all. So if you want access to data, but that's something you don't want to see, we can provide slightly different policy standards that allow you to have a hopefully safer environment for adding and updating and not dealing with, for example, bullying or other things. And then when we pipeline stuff in, it's not like you would be the immediate target of that bullying. Instead, LGBTDB takes the brunt as like a whole rather than an individual. And so we're very much looking forward to contributors. And so if you'd like to contact me in one of the Telegram groups, please let me know. Or if there are resources you'd like me to consider adding, I'm always open to it. So thank you so much. Next slide. All right, I know I'm over time, so I sincerely apologize, but thank you so much for having me today. I really appreciate it.
You don't need to apologize for being 2 minutes over time. It's all good.
That's okay. And we still have time to take maybe one or two questions from people needing clarification. So maybe if you have a question or you need to ask for some clarification, you can raise your hand or you can bring up your message. Somebody is asking, is there a link for the Telegram group?
So any of the Wikimedia LGBT, so I'm currently in the Spanish one, the English one, and the Wikidata LGBT group. So I don't know if any of you have links to those groups because there's a separate verification process you have to go through for those groups.
Okay, well, I think we will be able to share that later on after the conference. I can see. I don't know whether it's Chaja or no. So I don't know. And I can see Ayokomi. So CHJA, you first, and then I'll go to Ayokomi.
Yeah, I have no question, just a remark. So maybe questions.
Yeah. Please go on with your remark. I think we can't hear you.
You're on mute.
Okay, I always do it the other way around. Claire, I just wanted to make you aware of the image filter history. So I would do it's just my personal opinion, but I would do the filter opt-in and not, opt-out, because there's an image filter history on Wikipedia where the foundation wanted to, install some image filters, and it was really not a good idea because the editors, want to create the articles for an adult audience, and they want to, edit it themselves and not some algorithm or something hiding images or so. So just that you are aware of that. That's all.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ayakami.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Claire. That's a really, really very beautiful project. And funny enough, this is the first time I'm hearing about it. Thank you so much. So while you were speaking, I was just going through to explore the page, the site, and then to see how it works. And I think I actually even requested an account as well. But my question is on the integration. So a lot of the items or different content on the page are actually linked from Wikidata. So is it not possible for you to create a simple labs API that can actually link straight into Wikidata into the site? So it means that you don't need to create a new page. So we just have a category to say, oh, this category is for LGBTQI plus related. And then once they have the property, on that Wikidata item, it links directly into the site, so you don't have to get there and start creating afresh. Because I was just scanning through and I realized that you don't have, for now, we don't have content about Africans on the page. I think you only even have probably one Nigeria. There's a lot of content about Africa not there. So I feel it might be faster that there's an integration that goes from Wikidata property that just goes straight into the site. And that means you don't have to create from scratch. I don't know if that's clear enough. Thank you.
No, that's an excellent question. So we did consider starting from an initial set from Wikidata. The issue is if we ported all the information at once, we were going to take in a lot of dead names, and there was variable quality data on Wikidata to begin with for many of these figures, whether that was various properties that weren't being used in a way that we thought was accurate. And so porting directly wasn't really something we could do from Wikidata to LGBTDB. In the future, we might make that automatic, but I think having it manually curated at this stage provides a better cited experience and more of a human touch, honestly. That being said, there's still a lot, and I mean a lot of work to do. It is just really me at this stage. So while I'm working as quickly as I can, I definitely have some spots that I have not added stuff in. And I do apologize. If there is stuff you would like me to add specifically, I can definitely prioritize it though.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Claire. Owen?
There was a question in chat that I'm just going to read out.
Oh,
They asked in Spanish, but Guillermo has helpfully translated it, so I'll just read their translation. How can people contribute on queer topics in their own countries into LGBTDB?
All you have to do is have a verified account, and that's it. The entire process works very similar to Wikidata. So a lot of it will translate immediately into your language using your browser settings. That's it.
Okay. Another question, and I think after that we might be able to move on. And it's someone said, I'm a freshie on Wikipedia. Just one question: is it possible to flag content if LGBT offensive in wiki articles?
I answered that in chat. The best way to handle that is to bring it up in our Telegram group, because some editors are very much not concerned if content is offensive to queer people. So bringing it up on Wiki isn't always helpful. There's Pretty Boy has said that they would like to ask a question. Do you want to go ahead, Pretty Boy? Does it include all things regarding the queer community, such as law changes in various countries? Like Wikipedia generally has articles, LGBT rights in country name. Will that exist in LGBTDB as well?
Great question. So far, what I have been able to add is there is this website called Equaldex that has different ratings for different countries. I've added all of that data, as well as all of the data from a couple other LGBT ranking sites. I have a couple of those queries pre-built out, so you can see changes over time in the query editor. But as an example, I'll post like one of the pages in chat so as to not go over time to show you what that looks like. I would love to add individual pages for example, every bill, every law. So while that might be considered a bit excessive in Wikidata, we want to capture all of that in LGBTDB.
There's one more question in chat, but perhaps you could answer that in chat, because I think we've run 10 minutes long and we don't want to eat into all of the break.
I'm so sorry.
No. We'd have stopped you had we wanted to.
Thank you so much, Claire. Really, thank you. You are doing so many amazing projects. Yesterday was one, another one today. So thank you so much. Thanks. We are going to move quickly now to the next session. Now, this is not being recorded. And I think it's not And
I
everyone.
deliberately left the music for you today.
I know. Thank you for that, Granite. Thanks for the sound. I need it. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are now into the second part of our presentation, and the live stream is back on YouTube. So if you are having technical problems here on Zoom, remember you can go to YouTube and watch the video live. It's happening there. And also don't forget to use the hashtag on media, hashtag querying Wikipedia 25 or hashtag QW 25. And please tag us online when you are posting on social media. And if you're not following us yet, please check out those social media places. That's where we are, and that's where we are making a change one edit at a time. So please don't forget to follow us on all of those. We're now going to bring in our next presenter, Freddie, who also happens to be a member of our board. Please, presenter, I always chat with you on Zoom. Please just check your Zoom chat and you will be able to communicate with me there. So I can give you idea of time. And also, if you're speaking too fast, I can tell you to please slow down. So communicate with me as you're presenting on the private chat on Zoom. Over to you, Freddie.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, let's start. Hi, everyone, again. My name is Freddy Veloz. I'm part of the board of Wikimedia LGBT, and I'm also part of Wikimedistas de Ecuador, both user groups. Usually my work on Wikipedia centers about queer history, particularly from the Global South, also about literature. And my topic today is using Wikisource to build an open queer library. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, but first of all, what is Wikisource? I mean, we've had a lot of talk. We've talked about Wikipedia, we've talked about Wikidata, we've talked about Wikisource. But as you know, the Wikimedia Foundation has other projects. Some of them are, I mean, they're definitely smaller than the other ones. So I would say that Wikisource is kind of like the less well-known sibling of Wikipedia. But basically, the general idea is that it's kind of a digital library. It aims to host all texts that have a free license. A bit of history about it. Wikisource was created in 2003. Originally, the main purpose was to have historical text. It was kind of like a sister project to Project Gutenberg. You might know Project Gutenberg. It was I mean, it still exists, but it's a page that hosts free, like literature with free license. Yeah.
Really sorry. Can you go a little bit slowly?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay.
So the idea was that Wikisource was going to be able to complement the work from Project Gutenberg, but eventually the scope of Wikisource increased and went from historical text to also include any kind of published work that were in the public domain. So currently, Wikisource has 81 active subdomains, which means one subdomain per each language. But besides that, there's also an incubator in which there are it hosts text from all the different languages that haven't had their own subdomain at this point. Like currently, it has, across all the languages, it has more than 6 million pages, although this can vary because, I mean, sometimes when you're talking about literature works, you can have something like a poetry book, and then there comes like the debate. Is a poetry book a work itself, or each one of the poems in a poetry book a work enough of itself? So like the number can vary, but in general, there are like about 6 million pages across all wiki sources. And as of October 2025, there are almost 4K active users. And yeah, like to create like these different works, users can just create them directly, kind of like the same interface that we have in Wikipedia, or people can actually proofread scan books, which I will show you in a bit. But in general, the idea is that Wikisource hosts all kind of published works that are in the public domain, whether it's historical books or literature, etc. Can we go to the next slide, please? Now, the idea, why do we actually need an open query library? Okay, there are like many reasons. The first of all, and I would say the one that is most important, like in the current times, is that queer books in libraries are being attacked at an unprecedented rate, and we need like some kind of digital spaces to supplement this issue. Like as you have seen in the news, like right now, queer books are being attacked and they are being banned in libraries across the world, particularly in countries like the US and the UK, but also in countries from the global south. Like I was reading the reports from the American Library Association. They always publish a list of the most banned books in the country. Like for the past few years, every single book in their top 5 have had queer topics on them. So we're having this issue in which we aim to create spaces where we have representations, not only for adults but also for teenagers that want to feel, that want to see like stories about people like themselves. But we are living in a time in which these kinds of books in particular are being attacked and banned. So the need arises to try to create other alternatives in which people can actually find the works that they want to read. Another reason the way we need a digital queer library is because usually books from the global south are underrepresented. For instance, when we talk about queer literature, you are usually gonna hear about the same names. For instance, I don't know, like Gore Vidal, like Oscar Wilde. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Oscar Wilde in particular. When I was a teenager, I mean, I was obsessed with him. I must have read The Picture of Dorian Gray like maybe 10 different times. So I was really a fan. But I also asked myself, maybe one of the reasons that what that happened was because he was one of the only queer authors that I had access to, because there was no information about queer authors from Latin America or Africa or Asia. There was almost nothing. So when we talk about queer literature, we always get the same names. And I mean, it could be a coincidence, who knows? But almost all of them are gay white men for the global north. There are a few exceptions, but it's usually just the same names. And people from the global south are never in those lists. And also women, both lesbian women and trans women, are never on those lists. So when we create a queer library, we have the opportunity to build it consciously, trying to close those gaps, and also like adding representation from other like parts of society that have been underrepresented. We've done a lot of work for that on Wikipedia, but I feel that when talking about Wikisource and talking about both literature and historical texts, we haven't done a good job about that. And the last thing that why we need this is because I mean there is a deadline. This is something like common in the entire Wikimedia movement, but we know that text, particularly queer-related texts, are slowly fading into obscurity. There are like so many books and historical records about our lives, about how we live, that are just probably rotting in some libraries. And every day that passes that we don't make an effort to preserve that knowledge, we are losing some of that knowledge, and there's no way to get them again. So there is a deadline to try to fix this issue. Can we go to the next slide, please?
Brett, please, can you go a little bit slower?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Another thing good about this is that this actually could allow us to rediscover queer history. As we know, I mean, there are a lot of great academics that have done work to try to uncover queer history. But compared to other areas of knowledge, queer history is very, very much underrepresented, particularly in the global south. Talking about the case of Ecuador, for instance, I was doing like some research and I found out that you can find more academic papers about coins, like all coins in Ecuador, than about queer history. And I mean, don't get me wrong, coins are great. It's fascinating to know about them. But the point is that there is really not that much academic interest about our history. And the idea is that preserving all these ancient texts and records can help us discover some of our history that has been lost. And here I have a great example. If you read all the if you read the information about how homosexuality was criminalized in Ecuador, in all the sources that I could find, the date that is shared is 1871. That's like the date in which a new penal code was approved in Ecuador and when homosexuality was criminalized. But when I started like going through all the ancient laws of Ecuador with the aim of like uploading them to Wikisource, I actually found an amendment to Ecuador's penal code from 1869, which is the one on the right, in which delitos nefandos, which could be translated to English as crimes against nature, were criminalized. So like just by looking at the ancient text, I found out that all the sources about the criminalization of homosexuality in Ecuador were actually wrong because people just didn't look deep enough about that. And you could say that, okay, you know, it's just 2 years, 71 compared to 69. But I believe this is important. I believe this is our history that is slowly getting lost. This is just an example that I could find after a day of looking through these whole documents. But who knows how many other instances there are of queer history that we're slowly losing because we don't have all of these records digitalized. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so there's a need to create a digital library. There is a need to digitalize queer content, either historical or literature. Why Wikisource? I have to say that everyone loves it. As I'm actually the only bureaucrat from the Spanish Wikisource, and I would say that for people that haven't tried editing in Wikisource, you should do it. It's really nice and it's also really easy. As you know, when we are trying to teach people to use Wikipedia, you have to go through like workshops. You have to teach them about how to use reference. You have to teach them about like the guide styles and everything. So there can be like a big curve of learning to be able to for a new editor to edit in Wikipedia. But Wikisource, on the other hand, is extremely easy. There's some complex work at the beginning when you are like uploading the digitalized copies, the digitalized scan copies of books and stuff like that, and also creating the indexes. But once you have done that, the work is extremely easy. Like on the right of this slide, you can see how kind of like the proofread interface work. So basically you have just like the picture of one page of the book, and on the right, you have the text that was auto-generated by the model of Wikipedia. So the only thing the user have to do is just go through that text and correct any kind of mistakes that there is. It's an extremely easy word. It's basically just like a word interface, and people can go one by one through all the pages and do this work. So if you are thinking about new projects for people that have never been accustomed to any kind of Wikimedia projects, I challenge you to try some kind of project in Wikisource, because you're gonna find that the learning curve is extremely low, and that people can start making contributions really fast and actually see that their contribution is having an impact for instance, with the proofread tool. Can we go to the next slide? And yes, Matthew, yeah, there are like some more complex stuff like diagrams and stuff, but for normal text, which is usually what is included in all their historical texts, it's very, very easy, and people get like very motivated, and they usually come back for projects related to Wikisource. So some project ideas about how can we improve queer content in Wikisource, and how can we start building a queer library in it. So for instance, one thing could be creating repositories for queer historical and court documents. You can also use Wikipedia list for this. This is something that we just started working on the Spanish Wikipedia. So on the right, you can see a table with a number of landmark court cases related to queer rights in Ecuador that I created in the Spanish Wikipedia. And the idea would be creating one of these for each country, both in Latin America and in other countries, and then making sure that every one of them are also digitalized in Wikisource, so people can have direct access from the Wikipedia list about the court cases to the actual text of the court rulings. Another idea could be improving or creating LGBT portals, which can work as kind of like the land page for this idea of creating a queer library. I will show you in a second how that looks in Spanish. Another idea could be using Wikidata generated lists for getting like different works from queer authors that are in the public domain. There are like so many queer writers that are already in the public domain and that have no work of them already uploaded to Commons or digitalizing Wikisource. So using Wikidata list is a great way to having a list of work to do in the future. Another idea could be having proofread monthly challenges. We have a lot of this in Wikipedia, but as I mentioned, considering that proofreading in Wikisource is extremely easy, another thing that communities could do is selecting a queer book or a queer historical document in 1 month and having it as a challenge, completing the proofreading of that book. Another thing could be the Wiki 99 initiative. Yeah, let me try to go a bit fast. Another thing could be the Wiki 99 initiative. As you know, that one aims to have like all the different Wikipedia articles that you could have, that every single Wikipedia should have. But another thing could be having all the literary works related to queer authors that should be on every single wiki source, and then start to try to complete them across languages. And another important thing is to do it by country. Can we go to the next slide, please? This is an example of the Spanish LGBT portal that I mentioned you. We created this earlier this year. We tried to divide it, like including like works for different categories. We also tried to have an extract from famous queer works. We also tried to have the last queer document that we've proofread, and also like some documents that have already been uploaded to Commons that are ready to proofread on Wikisource. But this is an idea of something that how it could work. We tried to make it kind of like visually pleasing, but there are many ideas of how this could look. Next one, please, which should be the last one. And the other thing is that there are a lot of queer authors that are waiting to be read. Like just as you know, rules about public domain vary by country. Some have like 100 years rules, 80 years, etc. But just as an example, these are all the authors that in theory, depending on the country, could be on the public domain based on the year of birth. Like 100 years ago, Amy Lowell died, so all of her works are in the public domain. You also have some authors that died 80 years ago, some author that died 70 years ago, some author that died 50 years ago. But the idea is that every single year there are new queer authors that are entering the public domain and that could be uploaded to Wikisource. Can you go next, please?
We're going to have to cut you in a couple of minutes, Freddie. Perfect.
That's actually it. And yeah, thank you so much. That was my presentation. Hopefully you can also start doing some projects in Wikisource. And if you want to work collaboratively, you can also contact us to see how we can do across multiple languages.
Thank you so much, Freddie. I want to say this because we're having lightning talks. I think we should have all the presenters. If you have got any question, you can note them and then we can bring them up and then you can ask your questions. I'm going to say it again, please. When you are presenting, try to check your chat box because I will be communicating with you. I don't want to put on my camera and distract you. So please check that. So we're going to move quickly on to the next presentation called Existing in a Queer Space, a reflection from a non-queer ally. Lucy, are you there? And it's over to you.
Yeah. Sure. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for this wonderful session. And yeah, I will be speaking on coexisting in a queer space from my personal reflection. And this is not just coming from a personal reflection, it's also coming from a critical perspective. And in my journey of coexisting in a queer space, not as a queer person, but also as a non-queer ally. And when we talk about allyship, it connotes showing support, it also connotes using inclusive language, it also connotes standing against discrimination and also in support or in solidarity. So, but the question here now is what happens when allyship goes beyond advocacy, when you live, work, and learn in queer spaces every day? And this is where my reflection comes in that in between space of belonging but not fully belonging, and what it means to practicalize it and not just being an ally in theory, but also an ally in real life situation. And now talking about the aspect of space, and you find yourself as an ally working or learning in a queer space, and it brings about this question of how will I be perceived? Will I be perceived as someone that is intruding in a space where I am not fully okay? Okay, okay. So am I intruding in a space where I am not fully accepted or I am not fully received? And it also makes me aware that I was entering a space that wasn't just mine alone, but it is a space that is built through pain, through protest, and also through survival. So I also had this internal conflict, like when I entered a queer space, of the question of will I be perceived like someone that is coming to step on someone's toes or coming to show off myself or coming to make myself presence. And but to myself, I was like, no, it doesn't mean like I am coming there to show off or coming there to brag or anything like that, but rather I am coming me here from the perspective of someone curious and someone also willing to learn and also interact from a different perspective. But who like when I came in with my own identity, I am coming in like someone that, yes, I know that I am not, um, um, in quotes, I am not a queer, but I identify myself as a non-queer ally. But in this situation, it also brings about the question of how do I coexist? Like, how do I coexist in this kind of space without bringing or attracting unnecessary attention to myself? Because, yeah, you can imagine when you find yourself in a space where everybody is not like I'm trying to say, okay, everybody is white. Okay, everybody is wearing a white color shirt, and you came in and wearing a black color shirt, automatically and by default you're already attracting attention to yourself. But also I want to look at it from the perspective of, yes, I am wearing a black shirt in the midst of people wearing a white shirt, but my wearing a black shirt is like because I want to understand why these people are wearing these white shirts and how can I even though I keep on wearing my black shirts, how can I integrate into the system and how can I be seen not as an outsider but as someone who came in to understand and also to learn and also to listen from another perspective. And also without assuming allyship or by being an ally is like being acceptance. So I'm talking about ally. Ally does not in theory mean like I am going to be fully accepted. You understand? But to me, I see.
Lucy, please ask if you want us to change slide for you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. Um, mm, sure, but I made some changes. I didn't know that it wasn't integrated. Yeah, but you can just leave it at the first page. Yeah, at the first slide. Yeah. So because this is like a personal reflection. So here, allyship in theory is very, very easy to practice. It is very easy to amplify and it is also easy to advocate. But in practice, it is somehow difficult because sometimes allies are welcomed with open arms, and why sometimes they are met with this quiet resistance, a hesitation of an unspoken, can we trust you? Or can we accept, can we trust you enough to have you be a part of this space? So, and this is coming from the queer space and from the queer community. But honestly, I also think it is fair if they ask this kind of question, because I understand that this queer space is something that is being created and has been greatly invested in from different perspective. And asking such a question is not a problem, and I see it not as yeah, as someone that is being curious, like just as I am curious to uh, be an ally or to identify with the queer space, they are also curious to identify or to understand the perspective or my intention of joining or trying to identify with the space. And also, so when a non-queer person walks in saying, I am an ally, it's also a valid indication. Okay, it's also a valid indication to ask about, are you here to help us? Or also to also ask, are you here to help yourself? So here now we now talk about the going back to my reflection as someone that has been in a queer space, both in non in communal and in non-communal spaces. I now want to kind of turn the turn it like upside down, this question of, are you here for us? And now ask this question to the queer community, like, how open are you, or how open is the queer community in terms of identifying or also creating a genuine space to non-queer allies without this form of suspicion of this non-queer person is coming in to take advantage, or this non-queer person is coming to show off, or this non-queer person is coming to um, um, coming to better themselves, maybe have a personal interest. So, and these are the moments when protection kind of turns into gatekeeping, because yes, I understand that you are trying to protect yourself and also protect your space, but there should be a kind of a synergy, a space where both interests come together. And I understand that our world is a kind of a word of binaries, where you have us or them, or you have, are you in or you outside, and it is quite understandable. But from my perspective, I think that rather than looking at it from this binary space, we should be looking at it that our world is a place that is filled with um, okay, okay. Our world is a place that is filled with different aspects of belonging, where we don't have to necessarily consider whether you are in or whether you are out. Whether we see ourselves as human beings first, because I always, when I want to identify, first consider that yes, I am a human, and before talking about whether my preference or my sexual preference. And this is where we talk about the allyship. So I believe that allyship is not just about announcing or um, advocating for being a part of a community, or advocating to be a queer ally, member of a queer community, but it's also about practicalizing it, coming in a space where we first of all see ourselves as human beings before considering our agenda. So these are my perspective in terms of reflecting and coexisting in a queer space. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lucy, for that wonderful presentation. I actually do have a question, because I think that you're presenting from Nigeria. And I think that my question is, as a non-LGBT people, and that you're quite vocal about your allyship. Oh, have I lost you?
No, I'm here. I'm here.
How challenging has it been for you, considering the status quo in Nigeria? How challenging has it been for you to be open about your support for the LGBT community? And how do you navigate those challenges?
Yeah, just like in my conclusion, I first of all indicated that before, like, I identify as myself as someone that advocates for equal rights, and not just equal rights in terms of being a queer or not queer, but also equal rights of both male and female are first of all humans. So if we first of all look at ourselves as humans, I don't think there's any need for us to start talking about, yeah, you are of this gender preference or of this gender preference. So when I am being posed this question of how do you identify, how do you align with these people, what I usually kind of, it's just like a Nigerian way of saying Nigerians ask questions with questions. Like when you ask a Nigerian a question and then a Nigerian respond with a question like, is it true that Nigerians ask a question with question? And my response would be like, who told you? So the same aspect, the same approach I also adopt here. When you ask me like my intention of identifying with this, and I was like, are you looking at me as a human being, or are you looking at me as a woman, or like, because not trying to kind of be religious here, but first of all, we are all humans before we talk about our gender. So this is the perspective I use. First, we are humans, and because I see you as a human, that is why I would like to interact with you without considering if you are based on your sexual preference. So that is how I usually respond to these kind of questions.
Thank you so much, Lucy. Thank you. And I also asked that question considering the fact that you're a woman who is already within the Nigerian setting, is already, challenged, and then you're speaking up for a community that is already, so you're, yes, but thank you so much. Really appreciate that. I'm very conscious of time, and I think that we need to quickly move on to the next talk. And I think that these are the kind of conversation hopefully we can have at some other times. I've got David here already. And David, you've got 10 minutes, and I will be chatting with you in the Zoom private chat. So maybe you keep your eyes on it. And over to you now.
Great, thank you very much. Bueno, muchas gracias. Mi nombre es David, les quiero presentar el proyecto Diversificando el dominio público usando Wikipedia y Wikidata. La siguiente diapositiva, por favor. Bueno, esta es la agenda que les voy a proponer. Siguiente diapositiva. Primero, vemos el proyecto Visibilizando el dominio público colombiano. Yo soy colombiano, pero ahora estoy viviendo en Barcelona, así que bueno. Vemos de este proyecto cuáles son las orientaciones sexuales disidentes. Después vemos qué pasa en Wikipedia, en Wikidata, y algunas sorpresas de 100 años. Y bueno, finalmente los créditos. La siguiente, por favor. Bueno, este es el proyecto Visibilizando el Dominio Público Colombiano, que de hecho se conecta muy bien con la presentación de Freddy Veloz, así que sería muy interesante que vieran el proyecto de Freddy en clave con este proyecto. La siguiente, por favor. Este es el enlace para acceder al proyecto. Lo que hicimos desde la Fundación Conector, la organización para la que trabajo, es tomar los datos que publicaba la Biblioteca Nacional de Colombia de las personas que cada año, el 1 de enero, pasan a dominio público. Y lo subimos a Wikidata. Bueno, en muchos casos creamos sus perfiles. A Wikidata, antes de comenzar este proyecto, tenía algo más de 30 personas en dominio público de Colombia. Al finalizar el proyecto terminamos con 195 personas, lo que quiere decir que creció en un 400%. La siguiente diapositiva, por favor. Ahora vamos específicamente a las orientaciones sexuales disidentes y temas relacionados con género. La siguiente, por favor. De estos 195 datos, encontramos solo 3 personas que habían expresado en algún momento, hace 80 años, su disidencia sexual. Por lo tanto, son personas increíblemente, digamos, notables o relevantes para su época. Algo que pasa también al revisar temas relacionados con relevancia o notability, que le dicen, ¿no? Para llegar a espacios como Wikipedia. Y bueno, en Wikidata resulta un poco más fácil, pero existen resultados, existen datos de orientaciones sexuales disidentes, solo que hay que fijarse con más cuidado. La siguiente, por favor. Bueno, ahora en Wikidata, la siguiente, por favor. Aquí estamos viendo un gráfico que lo que hace es presentar arriba los hombres y abajo las mujeres. Por lo tanto, esas pequeñas líneas que están hacia abajo son las de biografías de mujeres. Entonces, pues bueno, aquí se ve la brecha de género. La siguiente, por favor. En Wikipedia, ¿qué pasó en Wikipedia? La siguiente, por favor. Encontramos a estas, que son las mujeres, que muchas de ellas no tenían Wikidata. Por lo tanto, lo que hicimos en el proyecto fue crear sus biografías. La siguiente, por favor. Y ahora las sorpresas. La siguiente, por favor. Algo que pasó es que encontramos que luego de más de 80 años de la muerte de algunas personas, en este caso de Carolina Cárdenas Núñez, resulta que hay personas que siguen editando su biografía para que ella siempre aparezca como una esposa devota, y limpiando cualquier rastro de algún tipo de disidencia. Algo que pasa en el historial, se puede ver. Y bueno, para cuidar este artículo lo que hacemos es que lo publicamos en diferentes idiomas para tratar de multiplicar la información. La siguiente, por favor. La cosa es que el ataque parece ser sistemático y reticular en red. Por lo tanto, no solo esta persona está siendo atacada, sino todas las demás personas que están relacionadas con ella. Aquí otro ejemplo de una biografía también que no está en dominio público, pero que ha sufrido ataques últimamente. Y la siguiente, por favor. Eso es todo. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Wow. Gracias. Thank you very much. Has anyone got a question? Has anyone got question? Okay, thank you very much. I don't think there's any question. Thank you, David. Gracias. And then we now going to move on to the next presentation. Am I okay for that, Vic? Okay. Core knowledge in African languages, the Igbo Wikimedia experience, and the presenter is Agusi Inchedu Celestine. Celestina, are you here? If you're here, please, the mic is yours. You have 15 minutes, please.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Hello. Hello.
You're very quiet.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can't see your video, but we can hear you.
Okay. It's like my screen is having issue.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Go ahead with your presentation.
Okay. I'm Agusi Celestina by name. Celestes. I'm a Igbo linguist from Wikimedia.
You're very faint again. You might need to stay closer to your microphone, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Okay. I'm a user, Celestes. So I'm from Wikimedia user group Igbo in Nigeria. Honestly, I'm truly honored to be here today at this querying Wikimedia 2020. Thank you once again. My session today is titled Translating New Knowledge to African Languages on Wikipedia. This presentation expresses how African languages, especially Igbo, can help bridge the gender gap, the LBT gap knowledge representing the media through translation, localization, and the community engagement. So together we will help at practicing ways we can make this pure knowledge accessible to local audiences. And also discuss tools that others can use to duplicate these efforts in their own languages. So can I share this slide? Let's go to the focus slide. The focus slides. Okay. So the section explores how African language, Igbo, can bridge the gap in LGBTQ knowledge presentation in media through translation, localization, and community engagement. By this, we have practical strategies to make Q knowledge accessible to local audience. By that practical strategies, I can say that we have like 3 or 4 strategies we can use to explore to make the Q knowledge accessible to our local audience. Community engagement through edit-a-thon. That is number 1. Through that community engagement, edit-a-thon, when we organize local events, either visual or in person, to train community members on how to create and edit content using a sustainable contribution base. From this, I believe that the Q content or knowledge will be accessible to everyone. Can you hear me now?
Yes, but your microphone keeps coming and going.
Okay. So by that community engagement, that's by through edit-a-thon, I believe that LGBTQ knowledge will be accessible to local audience. Then number 2, the second one is visual and multimedia contents and media commons. We enhance school-related articles with culturally related images, videos, and audios in Wiki Commons to make content more engaging and relatable for local audience. At least when we have audios and media in Wiki Commons, when we make them accessible to our local knowledge, it's the LGBTQ knowledge will be visible. Then the third one, community-led terminology development. This terminology is one of the strategy we tackle to make the LGBT knowledge more accessible. Because some of LGBTQ knowledge terminologies are not well known to our local, especially Igbo, not well known to our local communities. For instance, now, if you come to Igbos, like if you come to my community now, when we talk of something like gender-related articles, like what will I use now? Like let's take, for instance, transgender. When you use transgender in Igbo, some of us don't know the terminology. If you ask them to translate it, it's very hard for them to translate because they don't know it. No invent, no edit-a-thon have ever done to them. Some audience are too, they are new to it. So I believe that from this community-led terminology development, then with data and Wiktionary, we can be able to increase more visibility to LGBTQ contents in Igbo community. So from the second slide, tools to replicate these efforts in our language community, fostering inclusivity and global collaboration. When we look at the tools now, I think I have many tools to tackle this issue. When we talk about tools, I have like 4 tools which we can look into to tackle this issue, like Wikimedia content translation tool. Using Wikimedia content translation tool can help to enable direct translation of Wikipedia articles from one language to a target language. When we use that tool, you can use it to translate a Wikimedia article related to LGBTQ contents to the target language. The second tool we can look into is with data for terminology development, a collaborative database to create and store Q-related terms. That is the lessons, the LGBT lessons. We can also use it to make more terminologies accessible to Wikipedia projects across African languages. The dictionary Q lexicon expansion. In this area, a dictionary, we also build on the dictionary platform to distinguish Q-related terms and their meanings in our language, enhancing accessibility for local audience. When we have dictionary like that, let's say, for instance, we have in a dictionary, we have a platform where we document Q-related terms and their meanings in our own language. It will enhance accessibility for local audience. Then Wikimedia Commons for visual representation, a repository image, videos, and media to enhance Q visibility in articles, especially for language with limited visual content. When we have something like that, it will help us to make the LGBT content more visible in our local audience. So, engaging the audience to contribute to knowledge in Q language. Yeah. Coming to this engagement, when we handle like a editathon or an event in a community, it will engage audience to contribute to Q language in to Q knowledge in their languages. But there are some another slide. Next slide. Like experiences from my Igbo community, experience from Igbo community, and inspire other languages community to replicate similar models. There are many experiences we got from Igbo community, sorry. In terms of that terminology, Igbo community, we lack most of the terminologies. We have some LGBT articles to translate. It's hard for us to translate because we don't have the knowledge of that. When we talk of a word like, let's say, when we have one LGBT content like, let's use same-sex marriage as an example. Let's use same-sex marriage as an example. In Igbo, contributors navigate this by partnering with local LGBT advocates to ensure translators.
Celestina, please, you can round up now. Your time is up, please, if you don't mind.
Okay. So I can say that we have many challenges in translating LGBTQ contents in our community. There is lack of direct linguistics equivalent for Q terms. Cultural sensitive and signal around queerness. So low community participation and awareness. All these things are the challenges we are having with translating LGBTQ related terms in Igbo community. Next slide. The challenges. We have talked about the challenges. The challenges of representing Q concept in African language. Number one, challenges we are having is lack of terms. That is the LGBTQ terminologies. For example, transgender, non-binary, Q. Like in Igbo, we address this issue by creating new terms such as okike, mbanwe, and the rest of them to make sure that it aligns with the natural meaning of the LGBTQ content. So another challenges we are having there is cultural sensitivity and stigma around queerness. Another one is low community participation and awareness. So all these are the challenges we are having in contributing or translating new concepts in African language, especially Igbo language. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, I don't know if I still have time for practical.
No, you don't have time, but we can share the slides later. And if possible, if you can do a recording that you can send to us, we'll put it on our YouTube channel. And
Okay.
that will be later. I'm really sorry because we're pressed for time and we've gone 10 minutes over. I really have to get going. Thank you so much, Celestina, for your presentation. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. A round of applause. Thank you. Now I am going to quickly move on to Norberto. Please, Norberto. Oh, are you coming? I can see you up.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Ayakami, I saw you came up. Do you have a question or something?
Yes, I do have a question, but I see that we're out of time. Maybe I will just find a way to drop it on chat.
You can pop it in the chat, please. And if we have time, I will be able to bring them up. Nabeto, please, over to you.
Gracias. Me presento, me llamo Norberto, soy venezolano y radico en Perú hace 7 años. Desde acá formo parte como voluntario de la organización Wikiacción Perú y de la organización del Archivo de la Memoria Marica. En esta oportunidad les voy a presentar un proyecto que se titulaba Resistimos porque recordamos, unas jornadas formativas para recuperar y difundir las memorias de la comunidad LGTB en el Perú. La siguiente, por favor. La finalidad del proyecto, jornadas formativas para recuperar y difundir las memorias LGTB en el Perú, buscaban rescatar el patrimonio material e inmaterial de la comunidad del país a través de alianzas con personas y organizaciones de diversidad sexual y género. Para ello se estipularon varias actividades que ayudaron a reflexionar, valorar, recuperar y difundir nuestras memorias. Y para lograr estas actividades se propusieron o facilitaron herramientas de Wikipedia y Wikimedia Commons, las cuales nos iban a permitir la digitalización de información, su resguardo y su difusión. La siguiente, por favor. Hubo un equipo en el cual estuvimos conformados, que fue el Archivo de la Memoria Marica del Perú y Wikiacción Perú. Y entre las alianzas que logramos para ese momento fue el movimiento homosexual de Lima, que ha sido uno de los primeros movimientos que ha funcionado acá en Perú, el trabajo con Wikimedia LGTB, organizaciones que trabajaron o que trabajan con archivos y memorias, organizaciones en general de la comunidad LGTB y el Centro de la Mujer Peruana Flora Tristán, que fue el lugar donde pudimos realizar las actividades. Si la siguiente, por favor. Tuvimos como objetivo de la jornada rescatar el patrimonio material e inmaterial de la comunidad, y dentro de los diferentes objetivos específicos precisamente era recoger información que permite establecer la situación actual de la memoria, fortalecer archivos y memorias, difundir el patrimonio material e inmaterial a través de las plataformas Wikipedia, Wikimedia Commons y posteriormente a otras plataformas Wikimedia, crear alianzas con organizaciones de la comunidad LGTB y brindar asesoría técnica sobre archivos y memorias y en la plataforma Wikimedia. La siguiente, por favor. Realizamos 3 actividades que nos parecieron que recogía el sentir de los objetivos propuestos. Una de ellas fue el encuentro por las memorias LGTB en el Perú, y esta actividad convocó a investigadores y organizadores que trabajaban en proyectos relacionados al archivo. La modalidad fue presencial y virtual. Su metodología fueron encuentros grupales de reflexión, análisis y disertación. Y hubo como 5 preguntas que fueron motoras de las reflexiones y de los encuentros. Dentro de ellas era preguntarnos qué entendemos por memoria LGTB, qué logros hemos obtenido en los últimos años en favor de la reconstrucción, la valoración y difusión de las memorias. La siguiente, por favor. ¿Cuáles son los retos y desafíos que se nos presentan para recuperar y conservar las memorias? ¿Cuáles son los espacios que podemos utilizar o crear para difundir las memorias? Y como resultado de esta primera actividad, logramos obtener una información que juntamos en un documento sistematizado, que ha sido diagramado y diseñado para la difusión digital, donde puedan conocer todas las personas que así lo deseen estas reflexiones que surgieron a través de estas preguntas orientadoras o motoras. La siguiente, por favor. Tuvimos otra actividad que se llamaba Reconstruyendo Memorias LGTB, y justamente esta actividad tenía relación al uso de la plataforma Wikipedia y Wikimedia Commons, y convocamos abiertamente a aquellas organizaciones que estaban interesadas de diferentes regiones del Perú para trabajar todo lo relacionado a archivos y memorias. Fue netamente virtual, y lo que se quería justamente era exponer la información relacionada a todo lo que es Wikipedia y Wikimedia Commons, sus ventajas, sus herramientas, cómo aprovecharlas. Se realizó un mapeo de artículos con información para mejorar o crear nuevas entradas. Se hizo ejercicio práctico de edición, donde pudimos participar y ver en qué podíamos colaborar para mejorar o crear nuevas entradas. Y para eso también tuvimos un desafío de edición. La siguiente, por favor. El resultado de este taller que se hizo para utilizar y conocer las plataformas, pudimos crear 3 artículos de activistas peruanos que ayudan en mostrar todo lo que se hace en Perú. Luego también se pudo crear el artículo sobre la Marcha del Orgullo LGTB de Arequipa, una región del Perú, y también crear en Wikipedia una organización que tiene varios años en Perú que se llama Más Igualdad Perú. Continuamos, por favor. La última actividad tenía que ver justamente con el cuidado de nuestras memorias, y para eso se hizo una introducción de técnicas para la catalogación y conservación de información. Este taller justamente brindaba asesoría técnica a los participantes para cómo catalogar y conservar los archivos relacionados a la memoria que cada organización tiene, ¿no? Entonces, había la necesidad de cómo preservarlas en el tiempo para que no se pierdan. La modalidad fue virtual, y la metodología precisamente se expuso información relacionada a cómo catalogar y conservar los materiales que teníamos. Se hizo ejemplos, se mostraron ejemplos para que pudiésemos tomarlo, y también se hicieron ejercicios prácticos de catalogación. También hubo una presentación de plataformas para la preservación de documentos, aparte de Wikimedia Commons y Wikipedia. La siguiente, por favor. Estas jornadas del proyecto que realizamos acá en Perú nos permitió crear un diagnóstico de las organizaciones que realizan actividades relacionadas a recuperar, conservar y visibilizar la memoria. Eso nos ayudó mucho a darnos cuenta dónde estamos y hacia dónde vamos. mantener alianzas para otros proyectos relacionados al activismo y sobre todo, que nos pareció bastante importante en el esfuerzo que hicimos, fue crear una red de contactos para mantenernos comunicados de las diferentes actividades en pro de la comunidad LGTB. Muchas gracias, esta es mi presentación, espero que sea un aporte más.
Gracias, Norberto. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Has anyone got question for Norberto? I'm thinking maybe we can put all the lightning talk conversation together. So Norberto, please stay around and or check the chat box if there are any questions, then we'll come for you. So now we move quickly to Omar Ali. Are you here, Omar? Omar, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You've got 10 minutes, please.
All right. Let me start with this thing. So the provision that we are providing under our hub will be like, here is the introduction. Let's talk about something important. Did you know that LBQ individuals are severely underrepresented on Wikipedia? It is a problem that affects not just the LGBTQ community, but the entire world. Today we are going to explore. Today we are going to explore Today we are going to explore why representation matters and how we can work together to create more inclusive space. LGBTQ representative on Wikimedia is scarce. We are talking about a community that makes global population, yet our stories, experiences, and perspectives are barely visible. This lack of representation has real-world consequences: persuasion, stereotypes, and marginalization. Representing matters because it humanizes when we see ourselves reflected in the stories we tell. We feel seen, heard, and validated. For LGBTQ individuals. Representation can be a power tool for self-empowerment and community building. Amplifying LGBTQ voices, let's give LGBTQ individuals the microphone, share their stories, highlight their work, and create space for their perspectives. Those are the provisions which we are willing to provide under our hub. Inclusive language, use language that is respectful and inclusive. Avoid tokenism and stereotypes. And there is one provision that we make, which we will make a collaboration with the LGBTQ communities to work with the LGBTQ plus organization activists and experts to ensure accuracy and authenticity. And we will also give a provision that under the training and education, provide training and resources for Wikipedia editors to learn about what LGBTQ issues and best practices. We have designed and given strategies which will enable LGBTQ to have a fully provision under our hub. We have a visual representation which will give them access to our hub, incorporate images and multimedia content that showcase LGBTQ individuals and communities. And there is also inclusive templates which we are able to provide under this our hub. Due to we want to develop a template that are inclusive of LGBTQ identities and experiences, which is utmost for us to give you. We will also have an accessibility to ensure that Wikipedia content is accessible to all users, regardless of
Omar,
ability.
please talk slower for the interpreters. Thank you.
Let me go slow. So, as I'm saying, we also have a provision of that template, which will develop templates that are inclusive of LGBTQ identities. Can you hear me right now? Hello?
Yes.
Are you with me?
Yes, we are.
Hello? Can you hear me right now?
We can hear you, yes.
Yes, as I'm saying, and under conclusion, we are willing to work together to create a more inclusive Wikimedia, which when we are having a provision of LGBTQ, it will enable us to have the provision all along together. And we also are willing to provide a space where everyone can find themselves, their stories, and their voices, which is also one of our vital provisions that we are willing to give LGBTQ. We can make a difference one edit at a time using collaboration with the LGBTQ. And we also want to call to action so that we can work together in hand to hand with the LGBTQ to enable us to give others a provision which we are willing to provide under our hub. So what can you do to start by editing an article sharing an LGBTQ story or joining a wiki project together along with the LGBTQ? So as a result of that, we are trying so hard to collaborate with you so that we can amplify LGBTQ voices and create more inclusive Wikimedia. I'm hoping that I make myself clear.
Yes, but if you
Yes,
could
you
stay a little slower, that would be helpful.
Hello, come again?
If you can be slower in your presentations, because we have interpreter and they need to hear you to be able to interpret. So if you can go a bit slow, that's fine. Or have you finished?
Yes, I'm done. So you do not get me. There's much that I need.
Okay,
Hello?
okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you.
And there is also one thing that I would like to address you. There are some changes that I want to address you, which we are willing to have, including you LGBTQ. So, hello, are you with me?
Yeah, I'm listening to you.
Yes, as I'm saying, there is also a provision that I would like to add with you people. So, how am I going to call the Nigerians which are willing to move into our special northern Nigeria? We are willing to call their attention towards our hope, which will enable them to know what we are really looking for. As a result of that, hello, can you hear me?
There is a Wikimedia LGBT group in Nigeria. I would, and they exist and they have events. I will advise that you talk to Ayokomi that is on this call, and Ayokomi will be able to have that conversation with you.
All right. So, but this one is vital because I realize that this thing needs to be provided under this our hub. That's why I'm giving us a tip so that we do.
Yes, Ayokomi will have a conversation with you about that.
All right. So maybe I think that we should use this thing on that house user group. Inshallah, we will definitely make use of it.
Nagode.
Yeah. All right. So inshallah.
Yeah. Kachifo.
So yeah, that's all. Inshallah. I think with that, I'm going to conclude it.
Yeah. Nagode. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So thank you. Now go there.
Ayokomi, why are you laughing at me? I speak a bit of Hausa.
Yes, I can hear you. I can see that you can speak Hausa fluently. I'm able to. Now go there, so say. Now go there, so say.
Yeah, we are going on break now, and we will be back in shortly. We'll be back shortly. Please take time to stretch your legs, have a cup of tea, a glass of wine, or whatever it is that you drink, and we will be back for. I think that will be the last stage of the conference. So take some time off and
All
see
right.
you.
All right, thank you.
Are we still going to have round of questions, or they don't need again for previous?
Yeah, we're still going to, because we're really running behind time. I think when we come back, we will have round of question for the people that presented. Maybe I can take about 5 minutes or so, and then we move on to the next slide. If that's okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
yeah, can you please quickly ask questions? I will leave this on for a few minutes. If I didn't get any question, then we'll have to move on quickly. Any question from anyone? Sorry about the noise in the background. Okay. I don't think we have any question. If any comes up, please address, put the name of the person you are directing the question to, so that I know who to ask the question when your question comes up. Stephanie, thank you so much. Yeah.
BC Robin has recorded the presentation, so I will share it.
Okay, then. Thank you. I'll mute my mic.
Hi, my name is Robin, and today I want to talk about how we, Wikipedians, can preserve trans art and artists. As I mentioned, my name is Robin. Username Robin is adorable. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a trans woman, and I am a lesbian. And today I want to talk about trans art and artists, mainly because it's really important to me, and I think it's a really important thing to do at this time in history, given that we are under attack from many different sides. I believe that preservation work can counter different forms of this repression, and I believe that Wikipedia is in a unique position to help this situation. And us Wikipedians can continue this work in preserving trans art. So as I mentioned, things are not great for trans people, queer people, and lots of other different types of people. It has historically been like this, it is currently like this, and it will likely continue to be like this for some time. So for example, these are just a few headlines that I grabbed from recent events, both within the US and outside of the US. And it's important to counter this repression, right? Because we end up facing a lot because of it. We face violence and harassment. We face denial of basic needs, denial of healthcare. We face discrimination and prejudice. We face situations where we may not have civil or human rights, or we're facing the loss of those civil and human rights. And within the domain of Wikipedia, right, where we face erasure, right? We face us not being included, not being mentioned, being denied our existence. We face misinformation where facts are distorted or misrepresented, right? Whether that's unintentionally or intentionally in the form of disinformation, right? For political or propaganda reasons. And given all of this that we're facing, what are we to do? So I would argue that one way to counter repression is to counter it with preservation. And I would argue today that I think art preservation and preservation of the artists that make that art is incredibly important, right? Otherwise, these people and their works would be forgotten, distorted, or eliminated, right, from the record. This is crucial because there are a lot of narratives right now that claim that trans people are a fad. We're a new thing, we're not a legitimate category of person. But to archive and preserve art and artists not only shows that we've always been around, are around, and will continue to be around, but it also shows that we're human, right? A lot of people medicalize trans people and reduce us down to just surgeries and medications, when actually we're whole human beings with thoughts and feelings and emotions and opinions. And like other human beings, we like to express these things. And we tend to express these things through art and different kinds of art. This is really important to me because a lot of forms of art, right, transcend language, right? This can be shared and spread throughout the world in different cultures. It can be spread across time. And it can be spread even if our words change and our concepts of gender or sexuality change, right? We'll still have that art and we can still seek to understand or at least experience, you know, these different forms of being a human. And ultimately, this is all to say, right, these archives and this preservation work is important because it fully completes knowledge. It adds to our education of trans people and to subject matters that we have less information about and have not been the focus. And ultimately, I hope this can lead to positive change. And when I talk about art and artists, what am I talking about? I'm talking about the works people make and the people themselves. And this would include things like literature, physical media like sculptures or murals, performance art such as like film and television and theater, and one of my favorites, music. there's also a question of how hard we should be categorizing and archiving art that depicts trans people by cis people. I think that's important, and I think that's also crucial work, but I think that's something we should talk about, but not right now. So given this, I wanted to know, right, how is Wikipedia at archiving and preserving art and artists? And one way to kind of like get a measure at this was I did a very basic Wikidata query search looking at, as an example, of the number of trans and cis musicians for which we have sex or gender information. And if you look at this table, we see that, right, there's a lot of cis people. That's not unexpected. But we only have like about 0.2% of all of these results are trans people. And even if we consider trans people a lower estimate of the population, like 0.5%, 1%, that's still a pretty large underestimation. We're missing a lot of records. We're missing a lot of people, right? Which means we're missing a lot of art. And that means we have a lot of work to do. And so what kind of work can we do? So one thing we can do is look at the different wiki domains, right? For example, Wikidata, we can be creating entries for artists. We can be editing these entries to reflect more accurate and complete information. We can use Wikicommons to document and make records of different art, different exhibitions, different performances. Like, for example, this category of images from a trans music festival that was held earlier this year in Washington, D.C. called Liberation Weekend that features different trans artists and their allies performing. And finally, of course, we have Wikipedia, where people can edit articles, create articles, update articles for more accurate information, both on the artists and their art. So all of this can be done as an individual, right? But I believe we can do a lot together. And I think we have a lot of potential, really cool collaborations with other wiki projects and groups. So for example, like Wiki Art Plus Feminism and Wiki Biography, Wiki Personal Pronouns, and there are much more, I imagine, that we could partner with. We can also collaborate with different non-wiki archives and organizations. So there is this tradition of queer archives, both physical and digital, for example, like Digital Transgender Archive, that I think would be a really great collaboration to have. There's already really incredible work being done, for example, at the LGBTDB or database with Claire Cronk, which I think is an amazing project that I think we should all be contributing to. But ultimately, it's to think about, like there's a lot of different organizations and projects. Think creatively, right? Trans people are everywhere. Trans people can apply to lots of these different things. With that all being said, there are some important considerations, right? When doing this work, there's always risk and danger, right, in potentially outing someone or making their trans status more easily accessible, especially if we're looking at countries where being trans is outlawed or even more dangerous than other places. We know that these records may be inaccurate with outdated language, with dead names, and that's something to consider. Also, especially when we're talking about trans people, where information can be dynamic and changes over time. We know there are biases in information, biases in preservation, right, and what gets recorded and what doesn't. And this is especially critical when we think about context, right? I am speaking from North America. I'm white in the year 2025, which is a very different historical and cultural context, say, from someone who may have lived in Southeast Asia in the 17th century. So it's to be mindful of terms and what we call each other and how history is recorded. And finally, right, it's important to consider that this work being done, right, by trans people, by queer people, is a big investment, right? It's an investment in time, in energy, in mental health even. And I'd say we need to invest more in our community and have allies, help us in this work because it's not easy, right? But ultimately, what I'm trying to say here today is that we can work together, right? We can work together both within Wiki and outside Wiki to preserve trans culture, preserve trans art. And to do this, right, we can counter erasure. We can counter this type of repression we see and ultimately share with the world who we are, right? Both accurately and completely. We owe it to ourselves and we owe it to humanity to do this. So that's all I have to say today. Thank you so much to Queering Wikipedia 2025, Wikimedia LGBT+, Vic, and of course, everyone who's watching this. If you want to help in preserving and archiving trans art, please look at my user talk page, send me a message. Would love to work together on this. Okay, thanks, bye.
I'm just always like excited when I see amazing work that people are doing and how they are just capturing this. And I always say this, I wish when I was 17 and confused and trying to find information about myself or about people like me, that I have an idea of a place like Wiki, maybe it would have helped. And I think that, yeah, the work that we're doing, you can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Bessie, you're right.
Oh, okay. It's Sparks. They said they can't hear me. And that the work that we are doing, I just sometimes, I always say to myself, I do wish that we take a moment to pause and not just keep putting information out, but just take a moment to pause and appreciate what a powerful work we're doing and how much we are working so hard to just change the world. I think might be where a lot of us get the inspiration from. And I think it's where a lot of us, we get the inspiration from, especially around topics that are currently challenging, around trans topic, in devoting ourselves and just like Robin said, this can be emotionally tasking, especially when you see queer Africans writing story about queer Africans. It brings back sometimes memories that are quite hurting and hurtful, but we still write it. And yeah, I just wanted to have that reflection because it keeps coming to me. So thank you to everyone that's been doing such amazing work. So quickly now, I am going to move to Obina. Obina, are you there? It's your presentation now.
Yes, here. Good evening. Can you hear me? Good evening.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. My name is Obina Tony Francis Ochem. I'm a freelance journalist, human rights researcher, and academic writer. So today I'm going to be presenting on masking queerness in Igbo oral traditions, activism, and wiki documentation. Next slide.
Obina, please speak slowly for the.
Hello?
Can you please speak a bit slow for
Okay.
the interpreter, please? Yes.
Good. All right, yeah. I will start by defining I will start with objectives. Why I will start with defining queerness. Why queerness often denotes the state of being strange or different. In Igbo tradition, it represents the fluidity of gender. It embodies phenomena such as female husband, male daughters, Adama masquerades, and artistic expressions like the ones in in area Tata, a popular gender non-conforming traditional musician in mid 20th century Nigeria. Through contemporary activism, researchers and journalists tell these tell these stories, though often in inaccessible forms. However, Wiki as an accessible online journal can serve as a form of activism that retells these stories in accessible ways, borrowing from and simplifying complex or academic forms for the lay population. So yeah, platforms like magazine, credible blogs, and online journals can actually serve as valuable source during wiki edits. However, many edit plus wiki editors often stay clear of historical and cultural edits, focusing instead on Egypt plus figures, which limits the availability of open source knowledge on these indigenous gender expressions. So like I started editing wiki this year, and from what I noticed that a lot of queer Nigerian editors are focusing more on LGBT plus figures ra- rather than rather than rather than history. This 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 focus leaves the documentation of our history to research to journalists and research and to research outlets. So yeah, next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Yeah. These are the pictures. Okay. This is the picture. The first picture is female husband in Igbo land, and the second one is male daughters. In the context of pre-colonial Igbo oral traditions, queerness was not understood as a fixed sexual identity, but rather as a non-binary. These two the oral traditions um and cultural practices in Igbo culture reveal that they are concepts that allow individuals that allow individuals to express their gender differently, which is way different from Western idea of gender. For example, for female husband, which is the first picture, an older Igbo woman is allowed to take a younger wife in a traditional marriage ceremony to secure her to secure her lineage, particularly if she or her if her deceased husband has no males of successors. The younger wife would bear children with the male or with the male person, but the children will belong to the female husband. Though in Igbo culture, these are actually not um these are actually non-sexual, but the phenomenon shows that the the the, the phenomenon can actually be linked into what can actually be linked to what the, the definition of what the definition of queerness is. Yeah, so in the second picture, this is male male daughters. Um, in this concept of an unmarried woman could be usually designated as a male daughter known as Opala, yeah, to inherit father's property and carry on his and carry on his lineage. This role thi- this role we offer has social standing of a man, and she's expected to marry a wife to bear children for her family to bear children for her family. Yeah. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Yeah, okay. In the next slide, so these are actually gender identity. Sorry, the picture slide, not the next slide, the previous pictures. Okay. No, the previous pictures, not
Yes,
The previous ones?
the previous picture,
previous picture.
the one
Let me,
before, the one
I
that
have to
you.
get out. Wait.
Okay.
Yeah,
So it's
the
this
one
one.
that had three people. The first, yeah, this. So yeah, in these pictures, the first one is Adama masquerade. This is mostly worn by men and represent community in Igbo culture. Some days back, I went to the wiki page of Adama Masquerade, and I noticed that it wasn't populated 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 enough, despite the fact there are actually a lot of journal articles on research gates and all of that detailing on this phenomenon. So I was able to populate the article a bit and all of that. So the second one is area scatter, which is a gender non-conforming individual who existed in this in this uh in this 70s Nigerian society. When she actually she left the she left her town during Nigerian civil war and returned in the 70s after the war and began performing for important figures in the society. So yeah, so the third one is Ogbanje's spirit, which could actually be which might be argued, to be to not a part no to not particularly be about gender, uh, 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 about 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 gender. Though there has been some cultural exploration about phenomenon, linking it to third gender, which which could be said which could be said which could be said to be to to be to be non-binary. Yeah. Next slide, please. Next slide. Hello. Okay. Yeah. Why it matters? For a long. Sorry. The upper slide. The upper one.
The one before?
Sorry, the upper one.
The one before?
Sorry, the last slide. Why it matters?
Yes, Vic, the one before.
Hello?
Yeah. This one. No,
Yes,
the one.
why it matters. Why it matters. Yeah. Why it matters. Okay. Sorry, why it matters, not activism.
Yes, Obina, it's why
Okay, yeah.
it
Okay, why
matters.
it matters.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
it's.
why it matters.
That's the slide we can see now.
Okay, yeah. Yes, why it matters. For a long time, dominant conservative narratives have been the primary 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 stories told on Wiki, leaving LGBT plus narrative to be explored mostly by researchers and journalists. Accessible and well-referenced oral Igbo traditions on Wiki would offer greater visibility and representation for queer identities. Documentation and activism through Wiki can bring more cultural legitimacy to the average person accessing Wiki content. There's a growing body of queer queer literature and research gets of supporting arguments about the concept of female husband and maiden spirit. Visual artists such as Yagazi Emezi, Rosemary Fani Kayode, it have also documented queerness in Nigeria through fashion and queer bodies. Scholarly works like Male Daughter, Female Husband by Ifi Amadumi offer critical perspectives on queerness, while literary fiction such as Freshwater and the Death of Beck urge explore queerness through cultural lenses like Ogwanji and reincarnation. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. Next.
There's a
We can
video.
see the slide.
There's a video.
There's a
So yeah.
Okay, yeah. These are work by Yaga DMZ, documenting queer bodies and all of that. So like how queer photographers are documenting queer bodies through photography. We can also document queer bodies on Wikipedia. Next slide. Next slide.
We can see the next slide now. There's a delay of a few seconds on the video for you. We can see what is artivism.
So no, this is the first slide. Okay, yes, okay. What's activism? Activism is about using art to advance social and political change. The publication of the Under the Dollar Tree in 2015 by Chinelo Oparanta marked as a major shift in Nigerian literature, inspiring a generation of young writers to write about queerness. In the wiki context, activism takes shape through countless editathons where young queer editors gather to edit wiki articles of oral traditions and connect them to queerness or underground questions, often supported by historical context. This sense of community fosters collaboration and the exchange of ideas. Wikipedia is often the first result in public searches. The average person accesses most of the information through Wiki, while only a few navigate these research papers. Wiki Nigerian edit actions provide opportunities for individuals from diverse background from diverse backgrounds to edit from that diverse background to edit Wiki. Yeah. Next final slide, please. Yeah. Next.
We can see that slide now.
Okay, yeah. These are pictures like these are the pictures of Hausa men. This picture of like Yoruba women, and this is a picture of Igbo men. This is major highlighting three popular tribes in Nigeria, and how they and how they actually have and how this tribe also embodies um um embodies spirituality in gender or in gender identity. Yeah. Final slide. Final slide. Yeah.
I didn't hear well. Should I move?
Yes.
Yes. Final slide.
Sorry.
That's okay. We can see the last slide now.
Conclusion. In documenting Wikipedia as a cultural archivist, it is important to understand what qualifies as a peer-reviewed journal article and to rely primarily on such sources. Avoid using unsourced or oral claims from personal blogs or social media, except as least to discover credible peer-reviewed materials. Documenting the cultural section of wiki article is a radical political act, as these pages are often visited by conservatives who believe they hold the monopoly over cultural narratives. This form of activism places the editor at the forefront of cultural resistance to document effectively and confidently. It is essential to verify your sources and ensure you can defend them. In doing so, your references becomes your strongest defense when cultural monopolies challenge your edits on Wikipedia as an open source of material. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Obina. Yeah, thank you. I really, again, find your presentation very interesting. And I think that your last point is actually such a very powerful one, because that is going to be the pushback from cultural monopolists who will say, I remember when I wrote an article and I talk about adofuro, which is a very negative connotation to describe gay people in Nigeria. For people that don't understand that, it's a way culturally the Yorubas define gay people because there is no word for it, but the word is describing the sexual act. And how do you talk about historical antecedents or existence of a group, even though the word that is being used is a negative one? And I always argue that because you have a negative word means that you recognize that it exists. And to an extent, it's about ownership of that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And yes, Vic, you're very correct, indeed. And I know that somebody from whether Peru also talked about that yesterday. Lena, we have you. And funny enough, it's the last presentation for today. Lena, are you there? Is it Lena or Lena?
Lena, yes. You can activate my video if you want. I'm fine with showing my face.
Oh, wait. Do we take... I need to check. This is
No, you're not sharing your video, Lena.
Couldn't they say that it's disabled by the host?
So we cannot show this. We can't show this on YouTube.
Okay. Yes, you can. I'm fine with showing my face. It's okay.
Okay.
So tonight I wanted to talk about an experience I organized in the past 2 years. It's the Wikiqueer Camp that exists thanks to the support of both Wikipedia France, who provides the fund for the event, and Les Sampages, which is an international organization for French-speaking country for minority of gender, sexuality, and women. It's a new kind of event. I think I didn't heard other people organize this kind of thing. You can show the next slide. When we usually think about Wikipedia events, they usually fall between two categories. There's what we call the initiation. It's where we're going to teach exactly how project works. So we're going to show what is the neutral point of view, how to edit Wikipedia, what is a free license. So it's really aim at newcomers and to increase awareness about the project. And the other kind of event we have is what falls under the editathon. It means that we take 1 day, 2 days, or maybe even more. And the goal is to create content on a given topic. So for instance, we're going to say it's March, so let's write biography about women. And what I wanted to do is something new. So we can go to the next slide. I felt that with these two kinds of events, there is a kind of disconnection between what happens in the event and the day-to-day editing. Because usually, like 90%, 99% of newcomers don't come back to Wikipedia. So it feels like we reach awareness and you hope that maybe 1 of the 10 people you teach that day might come back. Or because, you write content when you are in a public library or in a museum and you have access to a lot of resources on how to write, and then you come back home and you didn't finish your article and say, okay, what can I do now? And it's also because usually when you write an article, especially if it's a complex article, I think about general articles like homosexuality or gender transition. You will not finish this kind of article in just 1 day of work. It will take you a lot more time. And also because usually seasoned editors, when they start writing Wikipedia and Wikipedia articles, they know what they want to write about. They usually have some ideas, they are working on some stuff. So it might be trans art, it might be queer history in France, it's something that they already know. And usually the events, we are forcing a theme, it's going to be like a parenthesis, a bubble of contribution. So what I proposed, you can go to the next slide, is to do an on-site event. And I use on-site in the way that with remote work, in a lot with the post-COVID world, there's more remote work that is done remotely from home. But there are still some events done at the company to bring people together, to learn about each other, to create cohesion, and to make decisions. And I wanted to bring this organization, this way to say, okay, we are on site, we are together in the same room, let's work together and not just work the same way we would at home. So the first idea was, it's maybe evident, but it's supposed to be nice. So it's a nice place with nice food and nice drinks. Because if you take volunteers' time on a Saturday afternoon, after a long week of work, they are most likely to show up if they have a positive experience than if it's in a cave. It was my joke that the Wiki Queer Camp was the first French event that was not in a cave. It was focused on solving problems by discussion, meaning that we didn't measure success based on the number of newcomers or the number of articles we created or translated, but the number of people who came with a problem and that solved these problems by talking to each other. I have some examples at the end. And not a cage, a cave, so something that doesn't see the sun. And really the focus was to say, when the Wiki Queer Camp is over, I'm more efficient in working on Wikipedia than when I came back before. So next slide, just to show how nice it is. So I organize it in a bookshop that has also an area in the outside. And as you can see, it's in a garden, it's in the springtime, so it was really, really nice. We brought coffee, we think for bakery, so it was really a nice moment. And you can see that there are some books as well. Next slide. Why I hosted it on a bookshop, usually events where when we think about where to do Wikipedia events, we think about GLAM, so galleries, museum, and libraries. And I wanted to do something different. Why in a bookshop? It's obvious, but because people can buy books in a bookshop. So it means that when they come back from the event, they have one book with them. So it increases motivation and they give them access to a source. That is really important. By knowing that each year each participant can have one book, it means that in the French LGBT plus project, we are building an awareness on new books that are coming. So for instance, this month, we have a new book in French about lesbian architecture. And we say, okay, I know that this book is coming. We'll see the new books that are published. And we know that we can work on the related articles in the next weeks. It's also always something is really important, I think, is the way to give back to what I call the knowledge ecosystem. Because at Wikipedia, we only can exist and work as Wikipedia editors only if there's universities that are well-funded and books that are published, so we can rely on them to write articles. Without the sources, we don't have articles. And the bookshop I organized the event in is a bookshop with a strong focus on a queer literature and a queer nonfiction. So it's also a way to support this kind of areas that are very fragile nowadays. So next slide. Some examples on what we work on the past 2 years. We organized to illustrate exactly what I mean by complex topics. One of the main discussions we have this year was about the articulation between asexuality and hyposexuality. It's a way to say, okay, hyposexuality is a medical term. We focus on also other words that are really more serious than hyposexuality, actually. And the way to say, okay, or can we articulate the medical point of view with the asexual point of view while respecting the natural point of view. So it's something that we need to discuss. We'll do some trial and errors, but by talking to each other, it was really more efficient. We also worked on assistive procreative technology. For some reason in France, when the direct translation of assistive procreative technology is heavily associated with lesbian couples, and we wanted to split the articles between what is the technology is about and what are the way that lesbian couples and trans people can use to access parentality. We worked also on hormonal transition, the way we split actually the article from general transition into hormonal transition and social transition. We worked on sex assignments. I don't know why, but there was this idea that sex assignments is only for intersex people, while everyone is sex assigned at birth. So we organized this. And in 2 days, it was not enough time to work on homosexuality because it's a huge topic with a lot and lot of point of view. So the larger the topic, the harder it is to have a clear and well-articulated articles. Next slide. And it's the last one. So what next? We are currently working on thematic moments in the project LGBT+. It's something that we get from the Wikiqueer Camp. So we spent 2 weeks on the bisexuality in the end of September. It works so well that some people are still working on bisexuality 3 weeks afterwards, so it's great. Since yesterday, we are working on the 2 weeks for intersex visibility. So it means we have another focus, and it works well as well. We also created. We want to have some small editathons around one book. In the way it's release the pressure of having an event, and it's more like, okay, we are 2 or 3 people that live not that far from each other. We can meet up around a coffee and a book, and it's going to be nice. And it's still part of building a community with small events. It's not just like big events that are advertised, but also small and informal events like that are also very important. And we have 2 main projects. So one is to have this Wikiqueer Camp not just once a year, but twice a year. In spring and in early autumn, because we love it so much, and also find a way to have some online meetups because not everyone is available to travel. There's cost, it's time, and sometimes for small discussions, online meeting can be very good as well. So that's all for me. Next slide is just a slide with a questions mark. So if you have any questions, feel free to can answer. Well, I think one or 2 questions.
Thank you so much, Lena. Do you have English version? I would love to come.
No, it's just for French for the moment. I think if we made the event in English, it would be needed. Some people will not feel free to go because they are not well versed in English, but maybe an international event in English would be a nice, ambitious next step.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. Any further question? Yes, indeed, Owen, we'll have to do that. We really have to do that. And since we're going to Paris next year, we really have to work on something. Yeah, we really have to do that. Thank you so much, Lena. Thank you. And dear friends, that is the end of Querying Wiki 2025. Please, a round of applause to all our presenters, please. It's just been amazing. It's really, really like, yeah, this is so nice and so wonderful. I've learned a lot, and I'm not just learning, I'm really inspired by the work that people are doing. And to everyone that stayed up from Australia to San Francisco, thank you for staying up and for being part of this amazing event. Honestly, it's really great. And to Vic, our Vic, thank you, Vic, for for great work, for your leadership on this project. Thank you so much. Now, there's no better way to end the conference than to, first of all, inform everyone that hopefully next year, Querying Wiki will be hybrid. And that means that we all are going to be meeting in person. Yeah, we'll take group picture. Yeah, we'll take group picture. We all are going to be meeting, hopefully in person next year. And I'm so excited to say that we put out application to countries to show interest in wanting to host. We've got so many interests, and after everything and vote, we have come to the city that will be hosting Querying Wiki 2026. Next slide, please. And it is my pleasure, next, enter, to announce Montreal, Canada, as the host city for Querying Wiki 2026. We are going to Canada, hopefully next year, and we've received a lot of support from the Wiki community in Canada, and I cannot wait to be part of that. Please watch out. We are going to send you a survey, which is mandatory for us if we are going to get the support from conference funding. So we are going to send you a survey, and please, you have to fill that survey because it's very important for us to be able to get the funding. We don't know the date yet, but it will be in October. It will be in October. We're working with, because Canada is also hosting Wikimedia North American Conference, also in October. So we're working with them to be able to get the best date for us to be able to do that. But put it in your diary. It's going to be October, and it's going to be Montreal, and it's going to be in Canada, and we are all excited. And this time there will be no COVID. Because the reason it didn't happen last time was because of COVID. We couldn't go to Austria. So I'm really hoping that, yeah. Next slide, please. See you all in Montreal for Querying Wiki. This is when we need like a nice music to. Oh, and are you ready for it? Oh, sorry. Before
Vic controls the music, not me. My playlist, they run it.
Before we go, please, if you can we all please put on our picture, and we can all take a picture. If you are okay to take picture with us, please turn on your video and let's take picture. Vic, can we remove the presentation? Oh my God. Chris, is that Chris from, oh, okay, now. Who is going to help us with the picture?
We need to wait for Christoph to come back first.
Can you take the pic, Owen?
Aha.
Please turn on your video and let's take a picture. Oh, I should go and get, I've got Querying behind me. I should go get my flag as well. So we're
the
going
best angle for me to get both flags in, huh?
Who is going to help us with the picture?
I can do so, but if somebody else could also, that would be good, just so that we know we've got it.
Yeah, so when you take it, Owen, then we have to go to the next page and then the next page.
I don't know what you mean.
it's not showing all of us. So the way Zoom is that we are.
No, I've got.
Wait, can I log in with my other two computers so I'm on every page, please?
No, you cannot. I think I'm seeing everyone. There's 16 of us on camera.
No, we are 48 in total here.
Yes, but not everyone's camera is on.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm going to take a handful of screenshots in just a second. Hey, and one last one. Is everyone happy? Excellent. Taking a handful, I'm going to send them all to our internal group chat, and then somebody else can do that.
And there will be karaoke in Montreal. So go and get your voice ready.
Is Nicole Ebert there, or why will we have karaoke? Because she's this is what
we'll
she
have
does.
to make sure she comes.
Okay, we will train something. I don't know. There will be something.
Yeah, and it's going to be country based, so you have to work with your community. So Wikimedia Deutschland, Wikimedia Nigeria.
Que caminar con tu país. Wikimedia Alemania, Wikimedia de cada país. Oh, I'm not translating anymore.
I've broken the interpretation.
That's cool.
Thank you, everyone, and see you all next year in Canada.
Thank you, Bizim, I think, right?
Yes, Bizim, yeah.
Thank you for all your work. Thank you, Owen.
Merci
Thank you,
pour votre
Vic.
travail.
Thank you always.
Merci, Vic.
And
Merci,
Elena,
Owen.
Mariana, Justice, everybody.
Elena.
Have a good evening, afternoon, day, everyone.
It was so nice. Bye. I can't leave.
Bonsoir à tous.
Bye.
Bye.